Is the stream live? Can you guys hear me? Okay, cool. Thank you. Hope you guys are having a good morning so far. Just eating some breakfast real quick. Thought I'd jump in here. I don't remember where we were. Rue was pregnant, I think. Yeah. At least they'll have their first child soon. Try to eat my breakfast real quick. How'd your guys' weekend go? Did you guys not have a weekend?
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Note, hi.
Hey, Aronor, good to see you. How you doing today? Thank you very much for resubbing. Why don't you get a snowblower? They can't be that expensive, right? I'm doing alright though. Just trying to get back into streaming. I've been not streaming very much lately. I haven't really felt the motivation to lately. Trying to find that motivation again. I haven't really been able to get it like locked into RimWorld lately. You know that feeling when you're playing a game and time just sort of disappears? Need to get back to that. Maybe I played too much RimWorld to ever get back to that again. I don't know. I suppose I probably should move the table over. Oh yeah, you don't want people to ask you to go bring your snowblower over to clear out the driveway? Catching up to live? I don't think there's really much to catch up to. We've only been here for 16 days, so it was pretty early on. A housewife? That's awkward. Is that how much snow you guys have gotten? Were you equipped about taming pigeons with stalls? Pigeons don't even exist in RimWorld. How do they know what pigeons are? Oh, this is a bad time for the food to be disconnected from the barracks. I guess this is just their bedroom. Got a lot going on in the bedroom. I like that. Yeah, but isn't your chance of having a heart attack while shoveling way higher? You don't want to go out and have a heart attack. Then again, you'll probably be fine. You like the way I play? Or I just sit here and do nothing? Interesting. Well, I'm glad you like the way I play. There's not exactly a lot going on, though. Where we force the pregnant woman to go out and harvest rice. I guess there's some places where that's common. Like our colony. How's the old wish list? Any games come out recently? Blightstone came out, but well, it hit early access, but I wasn't really feeling it. It was okay. Like it's a neat game, but was not really feeling it. I feel like slowly I'm whittling down on my wish list. Games I either try and remove or am no longer interested in and remove. When does Dandelion Void come out in early access? That game's gonna be... That game looks really cool. Falling Frontier looks really cool, yeah. But that doesn't have a release date yet, I don't think. Falling Frontier is up towards the top of my list. Still coming soon. That, Menace, and Mars Tactics all look really interesting. Star Miner looks really cool. It says coming soon to early access, but who knows when that's going to be. Definitely looks like right up my alley. Stall and Rue quipped about laundry. They quipped about how they never wash their clothing. They wear the same clothing for weeks at a time. Who needs to wash their clothing? Hey Spooks, how are you today? Did you change your name? Oh. I'm sorry. I'll remember you next time. Has it been a while since you've been in chat? I haven't been streaming much, very much lately. I haven't been thinking too much about streaming. Oh nice, you got a new job? Oh, that's cool. Oh, congratulations. Hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, just hanging in there. And no, just mostly just hanging in there. That's about it. Any tips? I don't know off the top of my head. I guess it depends on what you've been having trouble with. The will to live when your colony dies out. Nothing wrong with starting a new run. You can take the survivors and move to a new tile and act like that's a new run. Then at least you have some continuation between your stories. But nothing wrong with just starting over. I've tried to do medieval playthroughs several times and I never have fun with it. They always sound so fun. And then I start playing one and it does not hook me. I guess just classic RimWorld. Nope. I usually play with mods. The plan for this one is to go for the Arco next Descending. I don't know if you're familiar with that one. You can type !run rules. Give you the rules to run. Not gonna fight the raccoon? Nah. No, unless they start starving to death. Actually, Rue being pregnant and starving is not a good combo, so we might have to. Nah, usually I don't bother fighting animals if I don't have to. Yeah, see, they just get over it. I need to finish walling in our little compound here. Good. Nice little heat wave to heat things up. They've been talking about really weird things lately. Shrews? Isn't a shrew like a small land animal? Lions, opposite of a shrew. Dice and warriors. Okay. Okay. So Arco Nexus was an ending that was added with... Wait, which DLC added Arco Nexus? Yeah, like some kind of rodent, yeah. I don't remember which DLC added Arco Nexus. But essentially you have to build your colony up to, I think it's 250,000 wealth, and then you have the opportunity to trade your colony for a piece of the map. And you do that 3 times to get a full map, which gives you the location of a... It's like a conduit you have to communicate with to talk to an architect. Where's the face cam? I just don't have it on right now. I did buy a new green screen. Did I get that set up again soon? I'll get it set up again soon. Gotta make sure all the lighting is correct. I think it's really weird they talk about animals that don't exist on Rim planets. I guess they talk about how they miss them? I don't know. I suppose they still probably exist in glitter worlds or industrial planets. How would a webcam make you see that I'm not AI? AI can easily render a fake image easily. I would think that the only thing that would make you think I'm not AI is me talking to you. It's okay to think I'm AI, though. I encourage healthy skepticism. But if I were AI, don't you think I would advertise that and be like, this AI is playing RimWorld, come watch, and then thousands of people would come watch? I feel like I'd get way more viewers if I were AI. Why are we still having heat stroke? One cooler's not enough? 40 Days a Night was a terrible movie. I remember watching that in theaters when it first came out. Terrible movie. I kept thinking, what is Adam Sandler doing in a vampire movie? And when are the vampires coming? I don't care if you guys don't laugh at my jokes. I'm not here to entertain you. We shouldn't have the pregnant woman do so much work. Why would you imprison traitors? Then they become your enemy. And then what have you accomplished? Hey, Antique Raven. No game streamer. Wait, is it set to no game? Wait, what the hell? I didn't even know you could do that. Alright, is it fixed now? What the hell? I didn't know Twitch let you do that. I'm playing no game today. That's weird. I don't know, not to judge, but sometimes I worry about people who play RimWorld like that. Like, do you ever ask yourself, why do I find these things entertaining? I don't know. Sometimes I think that RimWorld players should see a therapist. You know what I mean? What do I know? What do I know? Anyway, have a good rest of your day. My RimWorld fantasy is having a big colony where everyone is safe. Amen, brother. I asked myself that around year 2 summer in Stardew. I'm like, why am I having fun with this? Why am I doing this? Why am I seeking joy in this form? You know, it's kind of weird, but laxative supplements, adult diapers, and World of Warcraft, weirdly enough, do seem to fit together. Do you think that was intended? And are they targeting you in particular? Is that targeted advertisement? Stereotypically, World of Warcraft players don't get enough fiber in their diet. They spend a lot of time sitting at their computer. But why would you advertise World of Warcraft to World of Warcraft players? That's the puzzling part. Seems like you would advertise World of Warcraft to non-World of Warcraft players. Not to mention, if you haven't played World of Warcraft by now, are you really going to get into it at this point? Surely everyone who's ever going to play World of Warcraft has played by now. Maybe it's for people who have already played, but they're coming back. Hey, Sir Match6. Yeah, sorry the stream has been not very active lately, but I'm trying to get back into 5 or 6 streams a week. The same colony, yeah. You think I could become an Eve streamer? I tried being a World of Warcraft streamer, and that did not work. I know what my problem was, though. Now I know. Sir Matchsticks, dude, thank you so much. I feel like I should name you in the run. Do you want to have a pawn named after you? Thank you very much for the $20, buddy. I really, really appreciate that. Man, I've always wanted to get into Eve. I remember when it was early on, like really early on, I would have some guys that I would like go to LAN parties with would play Eve. Not at the LAN parties, but they'd talk about Eve incessantly. And they talked about how they would build up accounts and then sell them, and then do it all over again to make money. Not as a primary income, just as like a little side gig. I sold my original World of Warcraft account. I think it's probably been a long enough time that I can admit that. I think I got like $400 for it or $500 for it, something like that. Don't remember exactly. Which felt like not very much, given how much work I'd put into it. Only people available to watch are people trying not to fall back into it for Eve. I imagine that you'd have to be an incredibly entertaining person to make Eve Online entertaining to watch on stream. Isn't it like 80% nothing? Like what even happens in an Eve Online stream? Like what are you even watching? I can understand some MMOs like World of Warcraft. I kind of get that. I've watched some World of Warcraft streams before. I've never watched an EVE Online stream. I've watched a few like YouTube videos about EVE Online. I really like the... I don't know what you would call it. I don't want to call it the narrative of EVE Online because that makes it sound like it's like a story game. But like the story that develops around the players interacting with each other, like those kind of stories I find really entertaining. Like somebody writes up a report about what happened here or there, or something that happened. Those are really entertaining. They make EVE Online sound fun to play, but then you actually play EVE Online and then there's like nothing happening. Maybe I never played EVE Online correctly. Any of you guys play Path of Exile 2? I picked it up over the weekend, been messing around in it. Path of Exile was the very first game I ever streamed on Twitch back in 2016. A very long time ago. I guess 10 years ago now? It's kind of depressing. Better not to think about it.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Oh, Mr. Matchsticks also subbing on Twitch, man. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. We're having power issues, turns out. I just uploaded episode 3 of the Scarlands playthrough if you guys are interested in that. Appreciate it. Go give it a thumbs up.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Thanks for the resub, Kitchen Ninja. Well, power issues... Sorry, electricity issues in the game, power issues in real life. Also dropping 100 bits, man. Thank you so much. That's so generous of you, and I really, really appreciate the support. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, if you guys haven't, I'd really appreciate it if you go give the Scarlands series a thumbs up.
Gotta go for the hype train.
Oh, thanks, man. Drop another 500 bits. Thank you. Let's see if you get any emotes. I need to add more emotes on the Twitch channel. Are people still upset about AI art? One of my buddies linked me an image and said that I needed to do this, and it was somebody who had had their own personal portrait created in RimWorld art style. Thanks, Aranor. Thanks for the... What is it, 100 bits for the giant emote? Thank you, buddy. Thank you, guys. I need to find a good artist to do that and pay them to do that. It would be kind of cool. Like the storyteller style. Like this style. It looked really cool. It wasn't like perfectly RimWorld style, but it was close. I don't remember who does this art. People would probably be upset if you used AI to do that, though, wouldn't they? Our baby will be coming soon. 3rd trimester. We should probably keep her inside. And maybe get Buddy Boy over here to, Rue now has gutworms and is pregnant. Gutworms in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy seems... If a trimester is a period of time separated into 3 segments, what would 4 segments be? Not a quartermester. A quadmester? That doesn't sound right. I guess if you gift a sub while the hype train is going, you get to unlock an emote. But we've already unlocked 1 emote. Oh wow, is the name of the emote. Oh wow. How do you guys feel about AI art? Does it trigger you like it does some people? I don't personally mind it as long as it doesn't have that... Like, you know how Project Zomboid, they did some loading screen art that they hired somebody to do and he used AI and it ended up looking like really classic AI art. I don't mean classic, but stereotypical. I don't know what the right word is to use there. Like, it had all the telltale signs of being AI art. And there's something about that that's a little uncanny and I don't like. But if it doesn't have that, like, uncanniness to it, I don't mind it at all. It doesn't bother me personally. Brother of our colonist. Oh. Want to join? He does not want to join. Try to finish our wall. I got the oh wow emote. Oh wow. Tell your brother to leave. That one seems really fitting for you, Aranor. The chill girl emote. Are you going to use that one a lot? Oh, good a raid. And this is where the run ends. We have a pregnant woman and just one dude to defend. What's the flame supposed to be representing there? And why is the flame sideways? Shouldn't the flame be like facing down? It's an EJSA emote, so shouldn't it be like the flame starts at the top and then moves downward? No, I get that. I get what it is, like, but I'm saying in the context of you using it next to this chill girl. That's what I'm asking about. Oh, I see. Okay. It's a part of a chain of emotes. Okay, I gotcha. Rip. Still though, it should be vertical. When you think of a rocket, you don't really think horizontal, do you? I mean, they do kind of go horizontal, but please don't eat people in RimWorld. We're not going to make it to the hospital. You have to have the baby here. Because there is no hospital. The nearest hospital is 14,000 light years away. Not a lot of hospitals out on the rim. What did she say? Oh god, all their goo is everywhere and she just placed the baby, he placed the baby on her face. The mother's name is Rue and the baby's name is Rue. Just spelled differently. Baby Rue. What should we name it, chat? Alexi Rue. Wait, her name is Rue Rue. I forgot about that. John, no, it was Alexi. Okay. Eric Rue. Connor McRue. Ryan Rue. Haruto. Takeo? Luck Rue. Luke Rue. Luke Rue? Luke Rue. Put the baby in the crib. What is wrong with you? I like how Stahl refuses to do any cleaning and makes his wife do all of the cleaning. His fiance, sorry. Makes his fiance do all the cleaning. She just had a baby and now she's got to wake up and clean up her own amniotic fluid. Jesus Christ. Guys, episode 3 of the Scarland series got uploaded this morning. Go check it out. Go give it a thumbs up. Go leave a comment. It would be a huge help to me. I would greatly appreciate it. It's a free way to support the channel. I mean, in addition to following, subscribing. Following on Twitch, subscribing on YouTube, I mean. If you subscribe on Twitch, it does cost money. I'm not talking about that. Would someone shut this insufferable? Name her Flower Gravy? Well, first of all, I was a baby boy, not a girl. But second of all, you're saying like Rue is a gravy. That's debatable. Is it really a gravy? And first of all, flour. Oh, because it's... Oh, a roux is made of flour. I get it. Okay. Flour gravy. Okay. Flour gravy roux. First name Flour, last name Roux, middle name... Nickname... I don't know. Luke, could you go ahead and get up and start working? We don't have enough working colonists around here. Two blackboards right in a row.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Holy shit, Mr. Matchsticks. God damn, man. Thank you so much. Dropping 5 gifted subs. Thank you, buddy. They went fancy to teach their 2-day-old baby. They got those university-style blackboards. And now we will teach you elementary physics. Which neither of these people know. Stahl is a mercenary and Rue is a machine collector. She knows a little bit about a little bit. Alright, there we go. Classroom done. Thanks again for all the support. I really, really appreciate that. Our dining room is a little bare. Not the cute, cuddly little bear. The empty, nothing but concrete kind of little bear. Oh, we need more steel. We don't have enough for another cooler quite yet. Anything else we can deconstruct? Not particularly. There's this.
Okay, good seeing everyone. Until next time. Good luck, have fun.
Jesus, man. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for the 5,000 bits. That's insane. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, have a great rest of your day. I'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. I do feel like we should name one of the children. Give him a nickname like Matchsticks or something. Baby Matchsticks. That's the plan. Maybe when he's a little older. Name the baby Tinderbox? What are we gonna do with... Ever think they will make RimWorld on mobile? I mean, they made RimWorld for Steam Deck, right? How is RimWorld on Steam? Oh my god, Stahl just ran into the fire. Save stall! There goes all my steel. How is RimWorld on Steam Deck? Has anyone played it? Can you mod RimWorld on Steam Deck? Is that a thing? Steam Deck is basically like a little, like a PC, right? It's just like a little handheld PC, right? But does it have workshop access and all of that? Because the Steam Deck uses a Steam OS, right? Give him some of that. Give him some of that herbal. Give him some of the herb. You're not giving him the herb. Yeah, it's a Linux variant. But it's supposed to have all the functionality that you have on PC, right? On like desktop. Anyway, I know a patch a while back. Oh my fucking god! I know a patch a while back came out and added a bunch of features for Steam Deck, RimWorld on Steam Deck, if I remember correctly. I feel like it would be really, really hard to beat something like 500% on Steam Deck. Clara, fuck off. Okay. Please. Fuck off, please. We just had a baby. There's a baby on board sticker and you're driving erratically. Good. I hope you're happy now, bleeding out on the ground. This is what you get. Are you guys trying for another baby already? Oh, you can't. Well, you probably can't. I can't tell if you're just being edgy or if you actually think harvesting her organs at this point in the game would be a good idea. Which is it? Just being edgy, right? Medicine is expensive, and it's not easy to get at this point in the game. So it's definitely not free. Like, maybe once you get medicine production, you can make a profit on it, but... Is the purpose of this challenge to have a colony related to each other? Not exactly. The challenge is to defeat the Arconexus ending by only using characters... Well, that doesn't explain all of it. So family only means that there's only two conditions in which we can recruit characters. One, if they're born from the first two characters. Or two, if one of the children gets married to somebody else and then they have children. So it's not as if there's not any inbreeding going on, which is some people's first thought when they hear of a run like this. But there's an added challenge on top of that because I've already done a royalty run, which is on YouTube if you want to go watch it. Sorry, specifically a royalty run where we stick to the family-only rules, where you can only recruit children through reproduction. The children can get married, not to each other, but like if you find a character who could potentially marry one of your children, you're allowed to recruit them and marry them to one of your children. So doing that, I went through the royalty ending. This one's a little bit different though, because this one is Arconexus. So the added rule for this run is that the only 5 colonists we can take to the next colony, if you're not familiar with Arconexus, every 250,000 or 350,000? I can't remember what you have to get to. You get to a certain amount of wealth and they offer to trade your colony for a piece of the map. And then you go start a new colony and then you trade that one. So every time we go to a new colony, we can only bring children from the next generation and below. That is to say, for this colony or the next colony, Stahl and Rue will not be able to go. We'll only be able to bring their children. And then those children will continue to have children in the next colony. Presumably at that point they'll be adults. And then for that colony, those starting children will not be able to transfer to the next colony. I know that's all a little convoluted and confusing, but hopefully that at least makes a little bit of sense. So for the most part, the only new colonists that are going to be added are children that are born to Stahl and Rue. With the exception being if we do happen to have a child who gets old enough to get married and we find a colonist or a pawn to marry them to. We're going to try to have as many children as we can, though. We can only bring 5 to the next colony. For anyone who hasn't done Arconexus before, in your second and third colony, the old characters can show up. Like, they can ask to join. Occasionally they'll arrive as raiders. Like, you can potentially recruit them and get them to join your colony in the second and third iteration. So they're not just lost forever. But it'll either be 5 children that we bring, and by children I mean, you know, children of these characters, not actual children. Having gutworms here is kind of bad. Or maybe it'll be like, if one of the characters gets married, we'll bring them and their partner and then their children. We'll see how that goes. So yeah, each iteration will have to create a new generation to send to the next colony. That or I die somewhere along the lines. Somewhere along the way. Probably that one. Like I said, if you want to watch this playthrough, but with the royalty ending, there's 14 episodes up on YouTube that you can watch. I haven't finished uploading all of the episodes yet, but there are 14 episodes up right now. You're not coming off as trolly. You're definitely not the only person to suggest cannibalism or organ harvesting. People say that shit all the time. I worry for them, but it's not unusual. I personally don't think that stuff is fun, but to each their own. You play the game however is fun for you. I just personally think that cannibalism is boring in this game. There's not a lot of tension in having all the food you could possibly want. And organ harvesting is just not a very efficient way to make money. I do take organs if somebody needs one. If somebody loses a kidney in battle and you need a kidney, then I'll take a kidney. But I don't harvest kidneys to sell. It's not very efficient. I need to make sure that she still is going to produce milk, so we might have to hoof it into the dining hall. Just leave the baby behind for now. We should have named him Jean-Luc. Captain of nothing. Speaking of YouTube playthroughs, though, I uploaded episode 3 of the Scarlands playthrough, if you guys are interested in that. Even if you don't want to watch it, appreciate it, go give it a thumbs up. Helps out with the algorithm. Recommends it to more people, and that is a big help to the channel.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Snow day. I am still working because I work from home, but my whole family is upstairs having fun.
Oh man, thanks for the resub. What kind of work do you do, Vaspone? I probably asked before, but it's hard to remember. L&D director. I don't know what L&D stands for. Learning and development. Oh, awesome. Oh, that's really cool. You guys hiring? I'm in no way, shape, or form qualified. I probably shouldn't have led with that. Although you've been watching for a while, you already know I'm in no way, shape, or form qualified. The baby is lonely. And hungry. Back inside? Well, I have developed a little bit over my life, and I have learned a little bit. I have learned before. Slowly. Does that make me qualified? No, not for anything. For absolutely nothing. My preferred method of wealth gain? Cloth dusters and drugs. Just like selling yayo. You could sell flake, it's a little more efficient, but I am okay getting rid of some, or losing some of the efficiency in favor of having a little yayo around to just use the yayo. In the game, I mean. But the truth is, I don't really ever go out of my way to gain wealth. Usually it's the opposite. I'm trying to do everything I possibly can to keep wealth low. I don't really ever feel the need to create stuff that is specifically for trading. I just trade whatever I have excess of. Oftentimes it's a lot of leathers and clothing. Trade for other raw resources. I need to move the table in there. My preferred build style? If I'm really trying to beat the game, like trying my hardest, I use that exact style you're talking about that you saw in my video. Most of the time I just kind of go with it though, just organically build. Try to make something that looks interesting. Like in this run, I really don't care about trying to beat the game. That's not the point. So I'll end up building 3 different bases that look completely different. I'd say really the only important thing to try to make sure you have is a double thick outside wall. Like whatever you use to stop enemies from pathing directly into your base, make sure it's 2 tiles thick. At least 2 tiles thick. It's not such a great idea to not have any outside wall. Rue has gut poisoning, or sorry, gut worms and sensory mechanites. Rip. And I don't think Stall has any medical experience, no. 3 medical skill. Shitty. He's got a self-tend. Yeah, we're not very far into this run. And our first baby. 36 days in. Why is this not getting planted? Oh, because you're so busy cutting stone. That'd do it. Unfortunately, it's kind of slow and there's not really a lot happening at the moment. So there's not really a lot to comment on. Rue is harvesting rice. Hey Volrath, how have you been? That's the one nice thing about making RimWorld YouTube videos. I can just cut out all this stuff. Like, you don't need to watch Rue harvest rice. Let's cut that out. Cut that. Cut that. Cut that. Cut that. Cut that too. Cut that. Cut all that. Also cut that. I feel like I end up cutting about 85% of RimWorld. Dog Buoys, thanks for the raid. Rue is pregnant already. She's still lactating, which means that she has almost no fertility, but she's still pregnant. You didn't lose the grid this time? You guys getting hit by an ice storm? The baby is starving. It's fine. Oh no, she's not lactating anymore. Oh, I was wrong. Just lost your whole colony to a fire? Oh, that sucks. How'd that happen? So we really, really, really need that steel. I guess we could go campfire to start with. Rip. Your whole house was wood? Oh, yeah. But at least you learned a valuable lesson, right? It's a mistake you'll never make again, hopefully. Let's see if we can get some food from them. Like, even just some pemmican would work. Or berries. It's probably not rule number 1 of RimWorld, but it's up there. Never build your house out of wood. It's like rule number 3, maybe. Never, ever, ever, under any circumstances. That's a lie. There are some circumstances where you build your house out of wood. Most of the time, don't build your house out of wood. It's a valuable lesson that everybody learns eventually. I think anyone who's ever played RimWorld has built their house out of wood and had it burned down and lost that way. I think that's happened to all of us who play. It sucks learning it the hard way, though. We're not going to take any ranks in the Empire. Did you feed the baby? No, I thought you fed the baby. You were supposed to feed the baby. Why are you not growing food? Let's get some hunting going. Don't eat packaged survival meals. We're not that fancy. This is frozen, right? Oh god. I forgot to set that. Look how dirty it is in here. Rue's the only person on cleaning. There's no one else who can clean. Alright, we've trapped the traders in. Let's lock the doors. We could just harvest some berries. You tried taming a wild rhino and you got stomped on? Yeah. That's dangerous. If you want my unsolicited advice, whenever you're going to tame something that has a chance of getting revenge, make sure you send a couple other characters out with them. Don't just leave it on automatic. That way, when the animal turns, you can shoot the animal and run away. I've never trapped a trader before. I wonder what happens. They just break their way out. They go right through doors. They don't respect restrictions. But if you walled them in, they would break the door or the wall down. That sort of stuff used to work in the early RimWorld, in the early days. I've been playing this game way too long. You used to be able to trap all sorts of different things. Like you could trap thrombos. That doesn't work anymore. Just destroy your walls. Poor Rue had a pregnancy, then she got gutworms in her 3rd trimester, then she got sensory mechanites, and then she got pregnant again. This poor lady. I really feel bad for her. She's having a rough time. Sometimes RimWorld is pretty cruel. Isn't that why breaches were added, to get around kill boxes? Well, raiders have always destroyed your walls. And sappers have been in the game as long as I can remember. Honestly, I don't really know why breach raids were added instead of sapping raids. You don't really get sappers much anymore. Like, honestly, I don't even know if sappers can still happen. There's part of me that thinks sappers are still in the raid, but now that I think about it, I haven't seen one in so long that... Yeah, maybe they just completely got replaced by breach raids. I guess sappers don't have special equipment. I guess that's the difference. Oh shit. I need more wood. There's a little bit of wood on this map. If you're looking for immersive RimWorld runs, go subscribe to my YouTube channel. I post story-based playthroughs on there. Playthroughs that focus more on the storyline and less on the gameplay part of it. Vorath, I don't remember specifically when breach axes were added. It was whenever they added breach raids, but I don't remember what patch that was. It must have been when they added termites, which would have been... Not biotech. When did they add termites? Must have been before that. Yeah, maybe royalty? Yeah. Maybe. It seems like it would have been around that time. There's food. It's just not cut up yet. Don't worry. We'll get to it. Just gotta cut some trees down. Just be patient. It's all gonna be alright. I keep telling myself when nothing is alright. It's all gonna be alright. What is that noise? Oh. Don't watch. Give her some privacy. How do I navigate my starting location? I'm not sure I understand the question. Oh no, Rue! Oh, well, these things happen. So you're asking for advice on what kind of tile you should pick? Is that what you mean? No, you don't need to apologize. I just want to understand your question so I can answer it correctly. Hey, Comic Sans. There's absolutely nothing wrong with picking randomly. It is absolutely the case that some biomes are harder than others. Tiles with hills or mountains are going to have more to mine out. The most important thing that you pay attention to is the growing time, though. The growing period. You can have a growing period of 15 out of 60 days. So for 15 days of the 60, 15 is a quadrum, so this is the smallest amount of growing time you can get without being 0. Soon you need to make baby clothes. I'll get to it. This would be one of the harder biomes to play in. Obviously, growing period never is the hardest, but if you're... Oh, I lied. There is a 10 out of 60. I thought that 15 out of 60 was the smallest you could get, but I'm wrong. So 10 out of 60 would be the smallest you can get. Is there a 5 out of 60? There is a 5 out of 60. Oh, I guess I just learned this about the game. Okay, so you can get down to 5 out of 60. There's nothing that grows in a 5-day period, so this is effectively... Wait, what grows in a 5-day period? There's nothing, right? I mean, you're effectively not growing anything at this point at 5 out of 60. So the more standard tile is going to be 30 out of 60. But you go all the way up to the more equatorial tiles, and they're going to be year-round, which means that you can always grow food outside. Unless there's like a volcanic winter or a toxic fallout or something. Die is 2 days, I think. What is berries? How long do berries take to grow? Growing time 4.6 days, but this is only during the day. So you're talking like 8 to 10 days. So yeah, growing period is the most important. Stone type, not super important. There are some stones that are better. Marble has better beauty. Granite has better HP. Sandstone has better construction time. So there's different stats for stone, but you don't need to worry too much about that when you're learning. The features are part of Odyssey, so you don't need to worry about that. Disease frequency is important. Some of these tiles are going to have higher disease frequency, like swamps. You get more diseases. But other than that, while you're learning the game, I'd say just focus on good growing period. And you can decide if you want extra resources to mine, so you go hills.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Hope everyone is staying warm.
Cowwink, thanks so much for the long time support, man. Thanks for the resub. I really appreciate that. Cheers, buddy. Now it's freezing cold here. It's absolutely freezing. Literally and figuratively. I really like arid shrubland. The only other thing to consider is the animals that will show up. Arid shrubland always has year-round growing period. I like the animals that show up. That's good for learning the game. Temperate forest with year-round growing are like a 50 out of 60. What did you get to? -10? I think we were at like -8. I'm playing on grasslands right now, which is part of the Odyssey DLC, and this one's tricky because you have map-wide fires. Truthfully, there's nothing wrong with learning the game on full random. You're gonna die, but you're gonna die no matter what you do in RimWorld, so I don't know. One of the ways I cannot recommend enough to play, if your colony is starting to reach its end, take whatever colonists are remaining, caravan somewhere else. Go start a new colony. You can start a second colony and just rebuild there. Then you can really get a good feeling for all the different biomes. In vanilla, though, without talking about DLC stuff, all of the different biomes have the same mineable resources, though. Like, none of the biomes are going to have, besides what we were talking about, hills and mountains. Those will have more mineable resources, but they won't give you different resources. You're always going to have access to steel components, plasteel, uranium, gold, silver. One thing to keep in mind if you play in the mountains, you're going to have to deal a lot with bugs a lot more frequently. I go down with a ship? No, throw that idea out. Don't stick to this go down with a ship mentality. I used to do the same thing for so long. And truthfully, it's so much better when you finally get that out of your head and you start abandoning colony when it's appropriate and moving somewhere else and just continuing the story. Nothing wrong with leaving the colony and starting over. I mean, essentially that's what you're doing anyway with different characters when you start a new run. So why not take the characters that you have already invested in? Continue the storyline that you're already invested in. Just my opinion. Poor Rue. Pregnancy, then gut worms, then sensory mechanites, then pregnancy, then miscarriage. She's having a rough time. But she hasn't given up. Yeah, and no matter what you do, you're going to lose. No disputing that. Wow, their art skill is horrific. They don't have any art skill. They gotta teach their children how to create art without knowing how to create art. Maybe we can put some marble in here and try to get the impressiveness up a little bit. Kenshi's vaguely similar. I wouldn't really call the two games the same, but they have similarities. There's more differences than similarities, though. They're having a hell of a time getting growing going. Getting growing going. Okay, so Ruse gutworms are gone. Now we just have sensory mechanites. Treating sensory mechanites doesn't do anything except manage the pain. You will not get rid of sensory mechanites quicker by tending to it. If you tend mechanites, you slow down the pain increase, and you could potentially reverse the pain increase. There's different categories of pain. Right now she's in mild pain, so tending into it is only going to slow down its growth at the next tier of pain. It's not going to get rid of it quicker. It's entirely time-based. It just lasts a certain amount of time, and that's that. All you can do is manage the pain during that time. More marble. Oops. Don't build a wall there. Marble floors, please. The problem you have with colonies is how is it supposed to conclude? You really should decide ahead of time what you're trying to accomplish and set your own goals. It can be one of the official endings. That's fine. But you can make your own ending. If I'm not going for an official ending, I always set some win condition. Like I'm doing that, currently working on a Scarlands playthrough for YouTube. Just uploaded episode 3 this morning if you're interested. And at first I was going to go for 1 million wealth. And then I realized how absolutely ridiculous that goal was. It would take so long. It'd be on episode 25. So I switched it to 500,000 wealth. So just trying to accumulate 500k and then that'll be the end of it. I recently did a island playthrough where the victory condition was building a shuttle on the island and escaping. But it can be really fun to launch a rocket. Or if you've got the royalty DLC, escape by progressing through the Empire's ranks. That can be a lot of fun. Yeah, as your second run, yeah, you can just play until you're bored. That's fine too. A lot of people just play till they're bored. In fact, I'd say the majority of people who play this game just play until they don't want to play anymore. I personally think that gets kind of boring, but everybody has fun in different ways. Guys, don't watch. I mean, watch the stream, but don't watch them. You know what. Don't watch that. Give them some privacy. What kind of website do you think you're on? Will we have mech friends this run? No, not in the family only runs. In the family only runs, one of the rules is that we can only use child labor. And, you know, adult labor, but no mech friends. Well, aren't children kind of mechanical? What, are you going to tell me next you don't like children? Do you at least max the learning growth? Yeah. Yeah. Of course. I mean, I try to. Does it always happen? Not always, but... No, Jean-Luc Picard. Wait, what the fuck? What's wrong with him? Chat, what's wrong with the baby? What's wrong with him? Why is he unconscious while being played with? He's at 0% movement. But yeah, he's a baby. Of course he's at 0% movement. That's a really good 10 for no medicine. 66%? That's impressive. Yeah, but we don't have growth vats. Did you watch my family-only playthrough on YouTube? It's okay if you didn't. I will give you a minor spoiler. I did exactly that. Once you get growth fats, there's no reason to keep them around as babies. Just a waste of time. I suppose there is one reason to not put them in growth fats, and that's the food consumption. But it's so easy to get food. You do miss out on them giggling. You know, I don't think I've ever built a toy box before. You can use the toy box to play with babies, but does that really help? What is the point of this? It just makes it go quicker? I don't think I've ever built one of those. What kind of psychopath parent wants to speed up playing with their baby? Like, don't you want it to slow down? Are these the kind of parents that want to spend as little time with their child as possible? Then why use growth vats? Well, because they are terrible parents. It's not my fault. You know what? Were your parents perfect? Because mine were not. Mine probably would have used a growth vat on me. When's this baby gonna get up and start cleaning? You got a lot of cleaning to do, baby. Why do you love the shuttle so much? I've never actually used it to trade. Do you just land on their tile and just trade from the ship? Or trade from the shuttle? The worst series of attack/events you've had in a row and how close to each other? Man, I've been playing this game for like 8,000 hours on Randy, so I don't know even where to begin. I've had 4 raids at once though. I've had events where I get a drop pod in my base, they attack from the edge, and I get a siege all at once. I've had tantrums where they decide to tantrum on antimatter or anti-grain warheads while standing next to it, so you can't intervene. They just blow themselves up instantly. I've had some terrible things happen in this game. And those are the ones I can remember. Most of my gameplay I've forgotten about though. It's too much to remember. Wouldn't want to remember all that. We need more steel. What's the worst series of attack/events you've had in a row? Have you tried just using the double wall technique, Volrath? Where you just build a double wall on the outside and then let them attack the wall and then slowly pick them off? Hey, Rue's pregnant again. I guess we should probably start making clothing. Maybe we'll make like a workshop up here. I don't really want it to just be a rectangle, but it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I do too. Usually when I get that many people, I just kind of go into brute force. Where I just throw them all at the enemy and hope none of them die. Usually it works, frankly. Even on 500% threat, usually it works. As long as you have enough... Like, plenty of assault rifles. Chain shotguns or charge rifles. Better stay inside for now. We really need more steel, though. It's got 50. How many want my baby food? Got 14 left. Make some more baby food. Well, we don't exactly have the steel necessary to get any machining going. Let's get advanced lights. Cut back on power a little bit. Oh, I never even got batteries going. Shoot. It only just occurred to me that we've been running with no battery this whole time. Oh, no, there's a battery. Never mind. I'm blind. The baby's sleeping next to it. The warmth is comforting. It doesn't give off any radiation besides heat. It's fine. When do you think the batteries are going to blow up the baby? Never. Why would it blow up? You guys aren't building those crappy old conduits, are you? Batteries don't discharge. Only conduits connected to batteries discharge. But only regular conduits. Hidden conduits cannot discharge. I don't know why. Why did they decide to do that? I have no idea. I guess because they expect you to put hidden conduits on ships? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what the logic behind that was. don't know what the rationale behind that was. Why would hidden conduits not discharge? I don't know, but they don't. You pay 2 steel instead of 1 and you don't have to worry about discharge event. If I were to add 1 regular conduit here, then it could discharge, but I'm only using hidden conduit. Even though it's in the walls already. So no, the baby's not in any danger of discharging. Would not burn, but would break. Yeah, but that's the thing. Regular conduit does burn, yes, admittedly, but it starts fires all around it, too. I do like the idea of the conduit breaking, though, that you have to repair it with more steel. So anything past it loses electricity. That'd be kind of cool. I like that idea. Add it to the long list of great ideas that will never make it into RimWorld. Make a mod for it? Yeah. Yeah, you could do that. You could. I couldn't. I don't know how to make mods. Ask ChatGPT to do it for you? ChatGPT doesn't know how to make RimWorld mods, does it? I feel like you would need some level of knowledge to get ChatGPT to make a mod for RimWorld for you. There's no way you can just say, hey, make me a mod for RimWorld. I suppose you'd have to be a little more specific than that, but that wouldn't work. I'm sure if you prompted it in the correct way, you could. But I doubt with absolutely zero knowledge of how mods are made, you could just say, hey, ChatGPT, I need you to make a mod in RimWorld for me that causes power conduits to break. I have no doubt if you knew how to make a mod, you could prompt it in the right way to walk it through making a mod for you. That I'm sure. But someone like me with zero know-how of how to make a mod, no chance. I don't know. Feel free to try. Anyone who has zero knowledge about mod making, if you want to try it, let me know how it works out for you. Don't you have to prompt it more specifically than just write a mod for me? Write a mod for me that does X or Y. Right? Am I wrong there? Can you be that vague and get a mod? No, I didn't think so. You have to prompt it specifically to write the code in the way that is used by RimWorld, right? Hey, Greg. Yep, we got Luke. Oh, really? Yeah, it asked you to pay, yeah. A while back, I tried to get ChatGPT to write a... I was learning Python, so I thought, oh, this will be fun to try to write a IRC bot to use in Twitch chat. And I couldn't for the life of me, writing it myself, I couldn't for the life of me get it to connect correctly to Twitch chat, or to Twitch, and interact with it via Twitch chat. I don't know what I was doing wrong. So I tried to get ChatGPT to write one, and that also didn't work. Could not get it to work. I gave up after that. Don't think I've used AI for anything else ever since. More of a RimWorld art guy, so make of that what you will. Hold on, do you mean you use AI to make RimWorld art? We were talking about that earlier. You have any examples? This wind turbine is in a bad spot. It needs to move. No, I'm an artist myself, no AI. Oh, okay. You make RimWorld art though? Do you have any examples? I want to see. Were you here earlier when we were talking about RimWorld art? No, I was not. My buddy linked me an image of somebody who had an artist create a portrait in the RimWorld style. And I thought that was really cool. And that spawned the conversation. Like this style, right? Like they had somebody draw them in this style of RimWorld art. And we were talking about that. I imagine that's probably something you could have AI do. I'd be concerned to share it with anybody, though, with how much backlash there is regarding AI art. Could just pay somebody to. That'd be really cool, though. Yeah, you're talking about in-game stuff. I gotcha. The topic came up earlier, and I thought I'd revisit it again. Recreate a scene visually? Used a certain app that could handle all the bot connecting to Twitch. All I had to do was write the code commands. So my goal was to create a bot that could connect to Twitch chat and be able to parse chat for certain keywords. And then anyone who used that keyword would get added to the list that I could randomly draw from. That was my goal. I could not get it to work. A lot of Twitch bots that you can use, like the standard like Streamlabs, Stream Elements bots, MooBot, like all of these do that, just not in the way that I want it to. A visualization for RimWorld art pieces as in sculptures. Do you think if I included something like that in my YouTube videos, people would like it or dislike it because it's AI? Well, let's not talk about slow running Volrath. I've been stuck inside for weeks and it's bumming me out and it makes me sad thinking about it, so I don't want to talk about it. Makes me sad. You guys ever watch Krog Smash? You guys ever watch Krog Smash? Is he back? I don't know. That's not the point though. The point was in his videos, he's a Dwarf Fortress, he makes like story videos for Dwarf Fortress. And he is also an artist. So he would draw various things that would happen in his runs and put them in his videos. Or he, you know, if a dwarf made a piece of art, he would draw the art. If the dwarf made like an artifact item, he would draw it and put it in his video. I'm no artist, so I can't manage that same sort of thing. But man, I would absolutely love to be able to do something like that in my videos. That would be amazing. My only options are either pay someone, which I can't afford to pay someone, or use AI, and then people would hate it. It makes me sad. All your emotes are AI? Well, that's cool. See, those are really good for AI emotes. I like those. I can understand being an artist and not liking AI art. I wish I could afford to pay somebody to make art for my videos, but I can't. If I had those skills, it would be amazing, but I don't have time to practice drawing. Especially not at this point in my life. Greg, do you still have that image you had created? I would love to see it. Is school worth with all DLCs? What? I don't understand that question. What do you mean? You were trapped in your tiny home all weekend? Are you getting hit with bad snowstorm as well? So are you asking about like the school desk? Like setting up a schoolroom? With the biotech DLC, if you max out their education, you can get absolutely top tier pawns that way, or top tier colonists that way. If you're asking if the biotech expansion is worth it, then definitely. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, no work on the weekend, so nobody. But yeah, why would you want to go out in that? I still try to go out hiking in the snow, but it's been so bad here that I have not even left my house. I've been making YouTube videos and playing Path of Exile 2. What don't you like about xenotypes? I think the only thing I don't like about biotech are the default factions. There's no way to customize what your default factions are, so you have to change them every single time you start a new run, which I don't like. I don't want to have to fight the Impid tribe every single playthrough. With the recent updates and new DLCs, don't they learn enough just by working without the research bench? Nope. No, several of the like there are. So they cycle through education desires. And a good chunk of them require the school desk. There are a few, like they'll talk at the comms console, they'll go outside, they'll draw. Like there are a few of the education desires that don't require the school desk, but a big chunk of it does require school desk. And they'll use the school desk to increase the skills of the child. So they'll teach them actual skills, and their skills will actually go up at the school desk. Definitely worth making a school desk. My God, what is happening outside? The bear just ate someone? It's Nugfur. Isn't this the pizza guy? The pizza lover. He loved Boom Rat pizza intensely, rarely eating anything else. He was prone to bad health and low oxygen uptake. Yeah. He loved the bashing in the skulls of random creatures to see what was inside. I don't know what that has to do with Boom Rat pizza, but here we are. Nugfur sold himself into slavery for money to purchase Boom Rat pizza. He was then traded to the Zeglar colonies, where he worked as a male prostitute. This sounds like Randy from Trailer Park Boys. In a fluke event, he managed to join other escaping slaves as they hijacked a ship. After fighting with the captain of the slave crew over the last piece of Boom Rat pizza, Nugfur was sent off the ship in an escape pod. And now he's here on this planet, looking for more Boom Rat pizza. I don't know if Boom Rat pizza is made with Boom Rat meat, or if it's like the fluid of a Boom Rat. It's not a default background per se. It is a, you know how you can pay to have your own background added to the game? So this is a player background that was added sometime, I don't know, at some point in game development, somebody paid money to have the Boom Rat pizza lover added to the game. Oh yeah, he is. He didn't bring Go Juice. I might use the shock lance on him just to get that armor. Oh God, you got a muffalo hoof to the eyeball. Oh good, the bear did nothing. You love to see it. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, Hussars can't be shock lance. No, you're absolutely correct. I forgot about that. Psychically deaf. I forgot about that. What is generative expand? I don't think I could stomach ever paying money to Adobe ever again. I use GIMP. Doesn't have the AI. It doesn't have the AI stuff though. I could see some of that being useful. Not for making images, but for editing. Just to change like one little thing in one of my thumbnails or something. Hey, knock it off. Zach, chill out, dude.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Hey, David, thanks for resubbing, man. Good to see you. How have you been doing? Boom! Headshot! Oh god, Stall is in real rough shape. Jesus Christ, he took one to the spine. John Bon Jovi never wrote a song about that. The baby's just sleeping through it. Have a bit of break from chemo. I'm glad. Bit of a break as in like a temporary pause, or they're waiting to see? Oh, he got put down. Alright, everything's fine. Stall. Grab the clothing. Take it easy, Greg. Thanks for hanging out. Hello. Yeah, they had their first baby, and Rue is pregnant with their second. Fortunately, she's had sensory mechanites for a while now. She's been having a really rough time. She got gutworms in her third trimester, and then sensory mechanites. And then she got pregnant again with gutworms. Now the gutworms went away, and now she just has sensory mechanites. What's the difference between the chemo treatments and IV treatments? Is it a different medicine? No, usually after pregnancy, while they're lactating, their fertility is at like 5% or something really, really, really low. So it's really hard for them to have another child while lactating. But unfortunately, we had a bout of starvation that... Oh my god, what happened here? Anyway, like I was saying, unfortunately we had a bout of starvation that ended her lactation, which meant that she could get pregnant again right away. This was crazy. She managed to kill the wolf, but she died at the same time. Oh god, she got her leg bit off. Didn't even notice. I do feel like the shotgun is going to be a little bit better here, or maybe even the good revolver. We need to get that baby a gun. We're going to put a gun in the hands of every man, woman, and baby. Not because we believe in gun ownership, just because it's freaking dangerous here. It is really dangerous here. People want to kill you and eat you. Sometimes the players are more dangerous than the pawns. Yeah, Stall's not quite that bad, Rotten Apache. But he won't clean. He's making Rue do all of the work, basically. Well, I have one trap still up. This is not good. I think this is probably an appropriate time to use the shock lance. It does feel a little premature to be using a shock lance at this point. Yeah, that joke's really funny. Ha 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 ha. Oh! Get inside quickly. Were we thinking it? I think we were thinking different things. I was thinking I have to defend against these tribals. And I only have one trap up. Rue is really fucked up. Or sorry, Stall is really fucked up and Rue doesn't really know how to shoot very well. They should be able to trade here. Oh, Comic Sans, you're talking about the thing you were talking about earlier? Isn't cropping kind of the easy part, though? How does it save you hours? You would have spent hours cropping images? I don't pay for Adobe either. I picked up Affinity Designer a few years ago. How much did that cost? Work pays for my Adobe license. Oh, I got you. Yeah, this is the downside of working for myself. Can't have somebody else pay for it. I mean, I guess kind of you guys pay for it, but... Can't justify spending your money in that way. Not gonna give your money to Adobe. Fuck that. I don't know. I can see in a vacuum the value of trying to use AI for some of these things, but I don't know if it would actually accomplish what I want to accomplish if I weren't paying for it. Yeah, the current Adobe model is garbage. They got in a lot of trouble for making it so hard to cancel your account on top of it, which is absolutely... What they were doing was absolutely bullshit, but... Yes and no. I don't have like an LLC that I file taxes under. So it doesn't benefit me to expense. Because I can either expense or I can use the standard deduction. I could go about starting an LLC and filing taxes through the LLC, but up until now, it hasn't really been worth the trouble. But that doesn't change the underlying concern, which is whether the money is worth being spent in the first place. Whether or not you don't have to pay taxes on the money is a complete aside. It doesn't make it any cheaper. Do Bionic Spines do anything but fix back issues? No. They don't improve the character stats in any way, shape, or form. They're the same as a normal spine. I'm pretty sure. Aren't they 100% efficiency? Or am I just wrong? Yeah, it's 100% efficiency. They can never, like, you'll never have a bad back, but like you said, do they do anything other than fix back issues? No. Back issues is really the only thing. Affinity's great, not that expensive, and no subscription either. What is it? I guess I could just Google it without making you explain it. Right now, I just use GIMP for editing my thumbnails. I'm not very good at editing thumbnails. I know there's a lot of pushback about AI-generated thumbnails, so I don't know how I feel about that. Free for everyone. So it's I use GIMP for photo editing, image editing. Is it any different? Like, what benefit would I have for switching to that? GIMP does everything I need. It's basically like Adobe, but open source and free. You could use a bionic spine. Honestly, I think I would take bionic eyes over anything. Bionic eyes would be badass. Bionic heart for me? Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Never have to worry about heart attacks or stroke. Yeah. I take back what I said. Bionic heart for me too. Imagine how easy it would be to just go for a run with a bionic heart. Now, bionic heart's the way to go. Give me that robot heart. There are already bionic hearts in real life. Wasn't there a guy who survived for a year with a bionic heart? Yeah, you gotta go Doctor Who style and have two hearts. That's a good idea. Yeah, but what's the difference between a prosthetic heart and a bionic heart? I feel like prosthetics are not empowered versions. I love your Scarland series. Thank you so much for watching it. I just uploaded episode 3 this morning, if you didn't see that. I'm hoping to have episode 4 up by Friday. You already watched it? Well, thank you for watching. Who says the heart will improve your condition? What if your heart is already over-dimensioned, but your veins don't have the throughput? Well, it wouldn't necessarily help with stroke, but you'd never have a heart attack, right? Isn't a heart attack essentially your heart is no longer pumping correctly? Thank you guys very much for watching the Scarland series. I'm a little concerned it's not as popular as the other ones, but I appreciate the positive feedback. Aren't the clogged vessels causing the heart to malfunction though? Isn't that the cause of the heart attack? That your heart is under too much strain? That's why high blood pressure is bad and can lead to heart attacks, right? Because it's causing undue strain on your heart. And after a while, it can no longer pump correctly in those conditions. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that's what a heart attack was. A stroke is a little different though, right? Because a stroke is blood not getting to your brain, right? I do feel like this is something we should all know. It seems like maybe we're all a little undereducated on the matter. I do know that heart disease is the #1 killer in the United States, and we don't seem to know very much about it. Well, that's cool. It's an Adobe alternative. Yeah, I think GIMP's the same thing then. It's like that's what GIMP is an Adobe alternative. Use it to make your social media posts, and your coworker uses it to design the layout of the magazine you run together. That's awesome. What kind of magazine? If you like the Scarlands playthrough, have you checked out the other ones? There's a full playthrough of Iceberg Sea Ice and a full playthrough of a custom island run that I did, which are both story runs. Pretty much all my RimWorld playthroughs on YouTube are story runs. You run a Dutch tabletop RPG magazine? That's awesome. Like it's printed locally, or is this an online thing? Yeah, I am meaning to finish the family only playthrough. There's going to be at least 1 or 2 more episodes. I was thinking maybe I would stretch it out and maybe do a few more episodes. I was thinking about that this morning. That I could probably do 5 more episodes. Or I guess it would be 6, 15 through 20. Like make it 20 episodes. Because I have a lot of gameplay recorded for that is not edited yet. I mean, we're talking like 30 hours of gameplay I have. Like a lot. Printed locally, that's so cool. Yeah, video editing takes a lot of effort, that's for sure. That's why I haven't been streaming as much lately, because I've been focusing on making videos, and it takes a lot of time. Because a RimWorld playthrough's like, you know, 40, 50, 60 hours. You have to go through all of that footage. Edit out the boring parts. I don't do the voice in real time because I like to actually try to be a little thoughtful about what I'm going to say, as opposed to streaming, which is just more of a stream of consciousness sort of thing. Does nutrient paste dispenser take food from hoppers only when colonists get it dispensed? Yeah, you can force them to dispense, but Comic Sans GIMP is a little clunky. For anything I've ever wanted to do in the app, there's always a workaround, but it definitely is not as seamless as Adobe is. I can't speak for Affinity, but I assume that's probably similar. But yeah, I do all the editing, and then I go back and write the script, and then I do the voiceover, and then I go back and add the voice and edit it again. It takes a while. Like it takes me a solid like 3 or 4 days per video. That's like spending most of the day working on it. I need to find a way to streamline the process a little bit. I would like to do at least 2 episodes a week. And right now I'm more on a 1 episode a week timeline. Yeah, you take GIMP for what it is instead of what Adobe has become, for sure. There are definitely some things in GIMP you can't just outright do in the same way that you can with some of the other image editing programs. Yeah, I usually write about 10 pages of script per video. That's for like a 30-minute video, it's about 10 pages of writing. It takes me about an hour to record the voice. And there's always one part of it, and I don't mean to complain, I'm not trying to use this as a way to vent and complain, but I will say there's always, it's never the same thing, but there's always one part of it that I don't want to do. And it's always different for each video. Like each episode, it's different. Like one day I just won't feel like doing the voice, so I'm like, I gotta force myself to do this. One day it'll be the writing. One day it'll be the editing. It's like, it's always different. Like today, I did not feel like, I did editing before the stream today, and I did not feel like writing script at all, so I said, fuck it, I'm just going to edit ahead of time. I'm just going to go do the next, like, 2 or 3 episodes worth of editing. I don't know why. There's just always one thing I don't feel like doing. All that being said, I'm very open to the idea of trying to streamline the process with AI. But as of yet, I don't know how I would. I can't do any of the voice work with AI. I can't write any of the script with AI. I can't really edit with AI. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I appreciate you guys enjoy it. I'm glad you like it. I think it needs to improvement.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Kai Singh, thank you very much for such a long resub, man. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for your support. Pausing that idea for a second. I'll get back to it, but anyone who's subscribed on Twitch, I have a channel on Discord now where I post a link to the early release of the videos. If you want to watch, if you're currently subbed on Twitch and you want to watch the videos early, I did forget to post the last two early, but I'm going to remember. I'll continue to post all of the videos early in the subscriber channel on Discord. If you become a member on YouTube, which is the same as subscribing on Twitch, you will automatically get the videos early. So you don't have to worry about that. Anyway, I do think they can be improved. So I'm still trying to approach it with the beginner mindset and the practicing mindset. Because I look at everyone and I think I could do better than that. This could be better. I started off doing the first one, and I didn't even really think about doing it in a storytelling sort of way, but it kind of morphed into that. Which is way more fun to do it that way. RimWorld's a way better game when you're just focusing on the story. I know the streams aren't really focused on story, but it's much harder to do it in real time than it is to do it retrospectively. As I'm sure you can all tell from your own games. I think it's a problem a lot of people have with RimWorld, that they can't quite latch on to the real-time storytelling. It's the same problem with Dwarf Fortress. I brought up Krug Smash earlier. I don't know if you guys ever watched Krug Smash, but he does Dwarf Fortress story playthroughs. And when you compare your Dwarf Fortress playthrough to a narrated Dwarf Fortress video, like, it's so much different. You don't quite realize how much story is going on in Dwarf Fortress until somebody lays it out for you. But it's really hard to follow a Dwarf Fortress story while it's in progress. Like, while you're playing it. Even as somebody who makes story videos, like, it's hard to follow the story as it's in progress. But one thing I would love to do is to add... I don't know if I need to pay somebody or what would the best way to go about it is, but I'd love to add some art to the videos. And I think the storytelling can be polished up a little bit. Just things I'm going to try to improve over time. That's one of the things I'm trying to practice a little bit with the Scarlands playthrough. Not as many people are watching it. The views are down compared to the other videos, but I thought, you know what? I'll just use it as an opportunity to practice making these videos a little bit better. I'm glad you guys have been enjoying it, though. Thanks for watching. And if you haven't been watching, go check them out. There's a family-only playthrough. There's an iceberg playthrough, a sea ice iceberg playthrough. There's a custom island playthrough. And now a Scarlands. I think the Scarlands playthrough might be a little more interesting with mods. That's one of the things I'm kind of torn about. There's always AI art. We've been talking about that today, Kai Sing, and I'm really on the fence about it. I don't want to anger anyone by adding AI art to my videos. The other option is to pay someone to make art, but I can afford to do it once or twice, but I can't afford to pay somebody to do it for every video. If I could, I would just do that. But realistically, like, I have to imagine that a series of drawings would be pretty expensive to do repeatedly. Yeah, that's the other problem too, that so often it just looks uncanny, is the way I described it earlier. It looks weird. Like, you guys play Project Zomboid? When the guy that they hired to make the loading screens used AI, it just looked weird. It looked uncanny. It still was cool. Like, all of the art that guy produced for Project Zomboid, I thought looked really cool, but it did have an uncanniness to it. It definitely had whatever quality AI generated art has, it had that. I am curious if you were to prompt one of the AI websites to make, like, which one produces the best images? If you were to prompt it to make a RimWorld inspired piece of like a RimWorld inspired image, I wonder what it would look like. I'm curious just to try to find it, just to find out. Grok would probably put Nazi flags in it, right? I'm looking for one that wouldn't have a fascist spin on it. Although there's some fascism in RimWorld. But I want minimal fascism. If at all possible. You died to a mushroom? You ate the wrong mushroom? Dude, as soon as I go outside, like I spent days in these walls, and then as soon as we go out, this wolf. It's waiting. Do any of them have a like a free sample that you can try? I don't want to pay just to find out it sucks. But I would love to just see what it would look like. Somebody earlier was talking about seeing people use AI to render RimWorld artwork. What does that look like? Does anyone have an example of that? Be back in just a second. Alright, I'm back. No, I was just getting more coffee. I mean, I am tempted to try it out. I don't know which one I would use. I could always do an experiment and see what the backlash is. I guess controversy does drive engagement, right? I just used AI art to get you to post a comment. But don't you think some of the, like, the artwork rendered in actual images would be cool? Unfortunately, the videos don't make enough ad revenue for me to be able to pay somebody. I don't know. Obviously, I'd prefer to just pay someone to do it, but I don't have the money. Are you on Discord? You could either upload it to Imager. Is Imager still a thing? Surely that ad website's still a thing, right? Yeah, upload it to Imager, or you could upload it to Discord. I just want to see what it looks like. I'm really gonna need 3 of these if I'm gonna store a barrel. I really, really wish they'd let you customize shelves a little bit more. How so? I would like to be able to customize each of the 3 slots. So it's nice when you're storing one thing on a shelf and you have 3 stacks on a shelf. But if you want to store 3 different things, like let's say I want to set these shelves to store pants, button-down shirts, and dusters. There's no way to tell it to only put 1 pair of pants on the shelf. So you might be storing button-down shirts and dusters, but now 3 pants are stored here. So there's nowhere to store your button-down shirts and your dusters. You can use an outfit stand, that works, and then you could do 1 of each. But the problem with that is there's no way to customize what material gets added to the costume stand. So you might be trying to equip all your pawns in Devil Strand, but suddenly a pair of cloth pants appears in your colony, and now they're in the wrong stockpile. They're on the clothing stand. Guy's saying, I just saw that. It looks like Stardew, like a Stardew Valley image. That house is weird looking. But that is like straight up Stardew Valley. I was really hoping they would fix outfit stands, because the outfit stands are almost perfect. They're almost exactly what we need, but they're still just broken enough to be almost worthless. So the problem with outfit stands is that you cannot. There's two things. There's two problems. Let me show you. I don't have the resources to make an outfit or a tailor bench. But yeah, I don't have any plans to use AI for my videos, but just thinking out loud, I really need to find a way to streamline the creation process a little bit so I can make the videos faster. I want them to be higher quality, not lower quality, and usually that means taking longer to do it, but it already takes so long to do it. No, the big problem with apparel stands is that if you go in here to make a bill for clothing, you can only do take to the best stockpile. There's no way, like even if you name this. So we name this stand 1, and we go in here and we tell them take this to stand 1. There is no stand 1 in here. That doesn't count clothing stands as a stockpile unless you set take to best stockpile. So you set this to be the best stockpile, and then you run into the issue of putting all of the clothing there, so no matter what it is. So they could fix it in one of two ways. They could make it so you can take to that specific stockpile like you can with other things, like you make a stockpile here. So now we can take it to clothing 1, and then we can continuously check to make sure there's one tribal wear in clothing 1. So with this sort of setup, we'd always be checking clothing 1 to make sure there's at least one Devil Strand tribal wear in the square. And if there's not one ready to go in that square, they'll make one and put one in that square. So either they need to add the clothing stockpile or the clothing stands to this list, or they need to make it so you can customize what material clothing gets put on the clothing stand. But those two things to combine makes clothing stands like almost worthless to me. They would be so good otherwise. For now, we can still use the clothing stand. It's just going to be worse than it could be. I don't know if we're ever going to see that change in the game. Probably something you have to fix with mods, but... I hate that as a solution. Like, oh, the game is broken in this way. Fix it with a mod. Like, I don't know. Maybe they should just fix the game. Like, what... how many devs do they have working on this game now? Isn't the armor stand new, like at 1.6? I think it got added with the DLC patch, whatever that one was. Was that 1.6? I mean, it's been almost a year since that came out, hasn't it? Half a year. What the hell is going on in the game? I was all tabbed. Put him in the freezer. How is this not safe for him?
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
5 years of incredible entertainment. Still my go-to stream after all this time, note heart.
Thank you, Ella dear. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for resubbing. I've seen them take the baby to the freezer, but I've never seen them get locked in a cycle of abuse. Here, stop going outside. Just stay. Stay. The baby is not even suffering from heat stroke. The fact that they kept opening the doors is why it's getting so hot in here. No, you weren't coming on a bit strong. It's okay. I completely understand that perspective. I too would rather pay artists than take the free version, but it's, to me, it's kind of like anything in economic sense. Like, if you can't afford to use the paid version, I don't think it's unethical to use the free version. It's a little bit like the conversation about pirating games. Like, are people who can't afford a game, should they be able to play the game until they can afford to pay for the game? I know there's disagreement on that too, but some developers are perfectly okay with it. They'd rather somebody pirate their game if they can't afford it. They'd rather somebody pirate it and play it, and then pay them when they can. I feel like the same is true with a lot of authors too. They'd rather somebody read their book. If that means not paying for it, then so be it. I know that's not true of all artists. I know there are some out there that would rather you don't read it until you can pay for it. I can understand getting upset with a company who's trying to cut costs and refuses to pay for what essentially amounts to labor. I mean, you're at that point you're cutting out labor costs to make more profits. And I completely understand being against that. Yeah, you just want people to enjoy your stories? Yeah, that's the way I look at it too. Like, tons of people watch my videos with ad blockers on. So they're essentially consuming it completely for free. And that's fine. I'd rather just watch the video. But I don't see myself as a company. I do understand, like, criticizing corporations for that, though. Increasing profits by cutting out labor is fucked up. There's no question about that. I'm not a corporation. I'm a person. I pay taxes as an individual. Hey, they're getting married. I do think, in addition to what we're saying, there's an argument to be made about compensating the people who created the content to begin with that trained the AI. That's a whole different story. Should these AI companies be able to profit off of the labor that has been unpaid? No, that's totally different. No, they should not be able to. I suppose then there raises the question of whether or not you should be complicit in their profiting, which is using their product. So maybe there is something to be said about not using their products. I can see that argument. It's kind of like whether or not you should buy products from Nestle in a small way, although Nestle is much more evil since they're destroying the environment, but I guess people are claiming AI is destroying the environment too, which seems less likely to me. I do feel like I'm getting deep into a tangent though. And away from the initial point, which is, I think my videos would be way cooler with rendered images. That was the initial point. Like, I think they'd be way cooler. I'm just trying to figure out ways that I can improve the videos. I think that's one of the ways I can improve the videos. And not only am I concerned about the quality, I'm also concerned about the quantity. I'd like to put out more videos. Eventually, I would like to be making videos for other games as well. But I am starting to think maybe I should have a second channel for that. But that does come back to the initial concern of quantity. What a lovely homestead. Unless you zoom out, then it's kind of gross. Just stay zoomed in. Everything's beautiful. Everything's beautiful as long as you don't look broadly. So now they're married, and they're about to have their second child. We got plenty of rice. How is he... oh no, we still have more baby food. I was gonna say, are we not out of baby food by now? I guess I could probably hire somebody from Fiverr, though. Speaking of art, rendered images. I think it would be super cool to try to render some of the scenes that happen in this game, like in the videos. He's still 1, so he's about to turn 2. Very soon he'll be 2. So they'll probably have 2 babies for a little while. There we go, that should be plenty of baby food for now. Can we get the electric stove going? Almost, not quite. Every time I went out to mine steel, the wolf started hunting stall, so now that the wolf is dead, it should be okay. Let's look at the pawn that we cannot recruit. A treehouse builder. A psychically hypersensitive misogynist. We'll just leave you out there. Ooh, both your legs are bleeding badly. Ugh. If only there was a woman around who could save you. That would be actually really funny. There is. Literally the only person around that could save him is Rue. She doesn't know about his misogyny. She also doesn't know he exists. He's just kind of out there. I suppose they saw the transport pod crashing, but that could have been anything. Obviously the player is not quite omniscient, but I love this boundary between player knowledge and the character's knowledge. Like, there's some things that don't make any sense in the context of the characters. That makes sense in the context of the player, but you once missed a mech breach rate alert, and that was an oh shit moment. Do you play with, where is it? Pause on any threat? You gotta turn this on. Pause on any threat is so good. Unless you're playing a no pause run, in which case that sucks. No, yeah, fair enough. Do you play no pause completely or just no pause on events? Oh, nice. I've tried doing a few no pause runs, and they're just not quite as fun to me personally. I appreciate the challenge of them though. Uh-oh. Put that wall back up. Rebuild the wall, quickly! You son of a bitch. We should probably trade with these guys. Oh, it's a combat supplier. Never mind. They'll buy my sentience catalyst, won't they? Both kind of bad at social. Wow, they pay almost nothing for it. That's crazy. I don't have any use for it. Maybe I'll get some medicine? The low shield pack would be nice, but we can't afford it. The heavy SMG could be good. Which one? I'll take all the medicine. Oh, Stahl? Yeah, he's a mercenary. Is that sharp out? Do you use a mod for no pause, or do you just unbind pause? I can never be bothered to actually install a mod for it. But I occasionally do a no pause and just unbind pause. No pause mod? Yeah. That giggling is funny. You gotta do it vanilla. Of course, play however is most fun for you, but... How come you don't use mods? Because every single time I ever select mods or build a mod list, I'll spend like an hour picking mods, and then I'll start the game, and I'll get bored in 30 minutes. I spend twice as much time picking mods than I do playing with them. I don't know why, it just happens every single time. Every single time. And I always think, oh, maybe this will be the time where I have fun with mods. And I'll do the same thing again. Spend an hour picking mods, build a whole list, start the game, get 30, 40 minutes in, and think, this is not fun. I don't know. Like, the most fun I've ever had with a modded playthrough is Zombieland. But even then, I only play for a few hours. I don't play like a full playthrough before I get bored. tried doing a medieval playthrough a while back, had the exact problem. I spent an hour building a nice long medieval mod list to make sure all the mods fit together. And then I started and I played for like 20 minutes. And I was bored. I don't know, this game with mods just doesn't do it for me. I don't know why. I wish it did. Get a lot more hours out of this game. I'd get a lot more than my 8,000 hours out of this game. What does the allow tool do? Yeah, Greg, I don't feel great about that. That's kind of fucked up. Oh, dude, just wait until the next episode. If you thought that story arc was good, next episode tops it. Was that episode 2? I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't watched it yet. That still plans on watching it. It all gets a little mixed up in my head because I just released episode 3 this morning. I can't remember how that one ends because I already started editing episode 4, and like the line between 3 and 4 is just, I don't know which got included and which didn't. I've already edited, like I was talking earlier about this, that my process for making these videos is that I'll play for several hours. I try to get far ahead in terms of gameplay, and then I go back and edit. And I do like the rough editing to start with, which is just like cutting out the boring stuff. Like right now, nothing's happening, right? Like there's no story development here. Rue's getting baby food and she's feeding Luke. Like there's nothing here. There's nothing interesting. So you cut this out, right? You cut out all the boring stuff. You keep the stuff where the story develops. And then you go back, I write the script, which is about 10 pages per episode, sometimes more, sometimes less. And then I do the voiceover, and then I add that, and then I do the final edits to make sure the voice line or the voiceover follows through correctly with what's happening on screen, which sometimes it gets a little off because I speak longer than the scene is, or you know, I have to kind of fudge it a little bit to make it work. But usually what I do is I play ahead. I play ahead several hours. Like, I finished all of the gameplay on the Family Only series. It's just not edited yet. I think I'm like 4 hours of gameplay ahead of episode 4 for the Scarland series. I did the rough editing for the next, like, for probably the next 2 episodes. I've done the rough editing already. So while I'm doing the rough editing, I start to see the story develop. Like I'll see these things happening because I'm keeping just the interesting parts, right? But I'm starting to see these interesting parts. Like then I remember, oh yeah, that happened. Oh yeah, this happened. Oh yeah, this led into this. This is where that happened. But I don't do it all in order specifically. So it's sometimes I start to lose track of what I saw while rough editing, what I saw while doing voiceover, what it like what happened in the final cut of the video versus it all starts to blur together. My point being, the Scarlands run has some amazing things happen. And I don't know if you like what you saw by the end of episode 3. Oh, Rue, you don't want to be down here. She's in her 3rd trimester. Run for it! I think the really good stuff, I'm not going to say what. I don't want to spoil it any more than I already have. I've already spoiled a few things. Even just by saying I've played 4 hours ahead, it's kind of a spoiler. But I will say episode 4 has some gems. Like if you thought this Jet's story was good so far, you just wait. The family-only run is uploaded up to episode 14. I took a break uploading videos for that one because I've been working on... I did the Sea Ice series and I did the Island series, and now I've been working on the Scarland series. But I am about ready to return to it. At first, I was thinking about doing 20 episodes. And then I got to 14 and I thought, well, we'll do 15 and the last episode will be an extra long one. But now I'm thinking maybe I could make it to 20 with the footage I've already recorded. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, go watch those videos. Make sure you go subscribe on YouTube if you haven't. If you become a member on YouTube, it does cost a little money, but you get the videos early. I always upload them for members first, and then they become public later on. If you're a subscriber on Twitch, you can link you can join Discord and then link your Twitch account with Discord, and it'll automatically add you to the subscriber channel on Discord. And I always post the links early on there, so you'll get early access if you're a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member. Obviously, in the end, it's free for everyone. You'll get access to it publicly not long after they are privately available. But for anyone who does a little bit extra support, this is a thank you. I let you watch them instantly. As soon as I upload them, they're available for members. I think the most disturbing thing about the Scarlands run so far is that people seem to like the Voss more than anyone. The most fucked up character in the story. From my perspective, he's the worst one. He's the worst character. Not in terms of like his entertainment factor, but in terms of his quality as a human being. He's terrible. But people in the comments seem to be picking him out specifically, and I wouldn't say rooting for him, but maybe identifying a little bit with him, which is disturbing to say the least. Does the stonecutter table not block the AC? Nope. Nope, it doesn't. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, no, don't bring the fucking baby, you idiot. Oh, hold the phone. Nope, he's still going for her. Gotta use a charge on the old Insanity Lands. That's sad. Don't send the pregnant lady out. That was a terrible mistake. I was distracted. Yeah, the Edekeen is Voss, V-A-S. It might be Vass. I just call him Voss. Vass sounds weird to say. Vass. Sounds like a piece of anatomy. Everyone likes a bully turn-on story. Couldn't agree more. I've always said this, that in storytelling, there is no better story than the redemption story. Everyone loves a redemption story. Every once in a great while, there's a character that some people don't think deserves to be redeemed. I disagree with that. Like I've been watching the new Fallout TV series, and my Reddit feed has become absolutely flooded with Fallout posts. Just all sorts of recommends from all sorts of different subreddits that are Fallout related. And I don't worry, I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm not going to spoil anything at all. But I saw a comment that said something about a particular character. They didn't think that the character deserved to be redeemed. And I thought, what? How can you think that about any character in any story ever? The worst characters deserve to be redeemed the most. Because it's the absolute juiciest when the worst characters are redeemed. The worse you are, the better it is when you are redeemed. Have you ever watched 30 Rock before? Jack, the rich executive, tells a story at one point about a person climbing in a crevasse in the ice, and they were stuck, and they found out that the only way that they could escape was to go deeper. And he has this own journey of self-discovery where he has to go deeper to get out. And I'm just gonna say about Voss, he can go deeper. Maybe going deeper is his way out. Maybe that's how he's ultimately redeemed, but up until episode 3, he can go deeper. Things can get worse. But the redemption story is a core part of our storytelling. You look at some of the most famous stories of all time, and the vast majority of them have some sort of redemption arc. Why do we install barricades behind the AC? So initially, and I'm not sure this is true anymore, but initially, when you put a barricade or a sandbag in a square, a drop pod cannot land on it. People have said this has been fixed, that a barricade can still have a drop pod land on it, but I have yet to have it happen in my game. So until I see firsthand, either in my game or a video or something, until I see firsthand, I'm going to continue doing it. But initially, the barricade is placed in the chimney because we have an unroofed tile that you cannot access. You could put a door here, but it's kind of a waste of resources. So if a drop pod lands here, you either have a pirate stuck behind your cooler and in the chimney, or you have a quest reward or a ship trade cargo pod that lands in your chimney. You can't get to it. So the barricade is there to stop things from landing there. Whether or not that still works, I can't say for sure, but I'm still doing it until I see otherwise. I think the reason people like Voss is because a lot of people on the internet identify with the loner type who connects with animals. Don't you think? Difficulty making friends. Connects more with animals than with humans. That describes a lot of people on the internet, don't you think? Not as a criticism, just as a observation. It is a bit humanizing, though. person with their dogs. Or a person who at least treats animals nicely. People can tolerate a psychopath, but a psychopath who abuses animals is a line too far. It's a step too far. It's like that quote from Community. I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal cruelty. You can excuse racism. Oh, that's funny. For the record, I don't excuse racism. It's Britta. Britta can excuse racism. Three blackboards is the biggest bonus, yes. But do you need 3? It's debatable. But the bonus maxes out. Yeah, you get an extra 20% for the third one. But what do you value more, symmetry or 20% learning rate? Don't forget bookshelf. My bookshelf is next to my research bench for the extra bonus, but I don't have books anyway, so. You prefer 20%? No. No. Get out of here. You can put your school bench, your school table in the laboratory, right? No way is 20% on the school desk going to affect whether or not they're max or not. No way. It's not 20% growth overall. It's only 20% on the school desk. Hey, Chin, how are you today? Go save the bison. Is it 3 per desk? I don't know if you can stack. I don't know. It looks like you can, but I don't know. Got a bunch of snow yesterday? Yeah, same here. We've been getting a bunch of snow for weeks. Oh my god. Save the bison. Can we milk it? No. Not like that. Yeah, I'm not really sure they have any use for the wool. They can sell it, but... Need to make sure there's a fire break in front of the door down here. And here. They're in bed doing unspeakable things, and their baby's crying. What the fuck, man? That's fucked up. That is disturbing and messed up. Glad you didn't make it through the door. Yeesh. Can you buy a bison wool hat in real life? Probably, right? Can you shear a bison IRL? Well, you can shear anything with hair. People have made hats out of human hair before, which is incredibly disturbing, but... Oh my god, already? Didn't she just give birth? They make wigs out of human hair? Yeah, but that's less weird, don't you think? I saw that video too, where the woman shaved her head and knitted a beanie with her own hair. I've seen that. But I don't know. There's just something about somebody making a hat out of human hair that just sounds weird when you say it. How are you today, Echo? Oh my god. Save her! She's giving birth all alone in front of the nutrient paste dispenser. Wait, why can't you join her? Can't you help her? What the hell? Okay, well, good luck. I am in a great deal of pain, but I'm still alive. She just gave birth to this baby all by herself. Wang Wen Huao? Timur? Like the Timurids? Yevon? Is that how you pronounce this? It's not Yevhen, is it? It's Yevon? I kind of like that name. And he won't clean up after the fact. That's the worst part. Refuses to help clean up. Yeah, don't you love that about RimWorld pawns? In real life, it takes sometimes days. In game, give it an hour. You'll be good to go the next day. Like it never happened. Not even the next day, like 2 hours you'll be good. Oh no, the exhaustion lasts half a day. New baby gets left in the corner. Where is the new baby? Oh my god. They just left the baby there, next to the revolver. You'll be safe here, little baby. Nothing can hurt you here. You have a revolver. All right, good. The first thing she does when getting up from giving birth is clean up the fluid. I think it's really fucked up that he doesn't help with that. You shouldn't have to give birth and then clean up. It's like Thanksgiving dinner and cleaning up the mess yourself times 100. It's not a great example, but it's the worst I could think of. Both parents have gotten the flu. Awesome. Let's do one good tend each. Need a medical bed. The baby can't lift its head, lives revolver. Look, we all know how dangerous RimWorlds are. You need to be prepared from a very young age to defend yourself. I know we all have diverse and varied opinions about gun ownership, but I think we would all be singing the same tune if we were on an alien planet with cannibals and machines that wanted to chop you in half. Every kid in the family is carrying a gun. It's hard to be an overprotective parent on a RimWorld. I don't mean that there aren't the overprotective parents on RimWorlds. I mean to say that if you are an overprotective parent on a RimWorld, that's going to be really, really difficult. You're going to have a real bad time trying to be an overprotective parent on a RimWorld. So many things that can kill your children. In all seriousness, though, we're not going to give the kids guns. We're going to give them knives. No, we'll keep them unarmed. They're going to be mostly on hauling and cleaning. They can stay inside the walls. We're going to be overprotective parents. Luke should be turning 3 very, very shortly. So, like, 8 more days? About 8 more days. Go for the herbal now. Let's save that good medicine. 40% is not what I was looking for. Maybe go ahead and give yourself another industrial and give Stall the basics. We're out of slate. Let's get you cutting more slate. Let's haul all this stone in. How's the bison doing? Just hanging out. Plenty of grass. The baby laughing is pretty adorable. I wonder how they made that. I wonder if they got a real baby to laugh. Or if it's artificial. It's probably a real baby, right? I wonder who did the voice acting for the babies. Maybe they had an adult laugh and then edited the file, edited the audio. Time to make child clothes? Soon. We'll get there. How old do you have to be credited legally? Hey, I beat the game again quite recently. Thank you very much. When's the last time you beat the game, Mr. Criticize me in a rude way? In a hurtful way? Rude and hurtful. Scared to go outside. Gonna get eaten by wargs. I think it's been a little longer than 2 months for me, so you got me beat there. Actually, I took a little bit of a break from playing RimWorld when EU5 came out. I forgot about that. That was like 2 months of no RimWorld. I finally broke the addiction and uninstalled. I feel like uninstalling it was healthy for me. Not because the game is bad. It was just too fun. I was having too much fun with the game, and I was not about to make EU5 content, so I didn't want to. No, Chin, I started dropping frames. I don't know what was going on. The stream didn't die, but I dropped some frames. Did the stream die for you guys? I had some issues with my... It's like my Ethernet card. Not my Ethernet card, but like the Ethernet port on my motherboard like goes out for a second. Did YouTube die for a bit there too? Probably gonna end the stream soon anyway. That's not a huge deal. Weird. Buffering. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Unresolved Ethernet issues. It's like my internet isn't going out, but my computer loses connection for a couple seconds and then reconnects. I don't know what's causing it. I haven't figured it out yet. Like I said, I'm probably going to be wrapping it up here shortly anyway, so... Made it most of the stream without having issues. I want to use all of the medicine. Let's go for a little bit more herbal. We should probably try to grow some medicine. With our 4 plant skill. But yeah, make sure you guys follow on Twitch. Make sure you go subscribe on YouTube. If you subscribe on Twitch or if you become a member on YouTube, you get the videos that I release on YouTube early. A new video just released this morning. Episode 3 of the Scarlands playthrough. Next episode will be up hopefully Friday morning. For members, it should be up Wednesday or Thursday. Hopefully Wednesday night at the earliest, Thursday night at the latest. I was thinking about making a new player guide. I don't know how many people are like getting into RimWorld these days. I'm not leaving quite yet, Greg. I'm just slowly wrapping things up. I feel like RimWorld's been around long enough now, and there are plenty of new player guides for this game that I don't know if it's worth it. I suppose there's some new players here and there, but it's getting to be a pretty old game. I guess it's not that old if you just count 1.0 and beyond, but even then, it's been on 1.0 for a few years now, hasn't it? Well, geez, it's been in 1.0. It's got to be like 5 years now, right? All my videos on YouTube and decided to follow on Twitch. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for watching. Thanks for following. I'm trying to get back into a regular schedule on Twitch and YouTube streams. I used to start the streams at 10 a.m. Eastern, but I've started them now recently at 12 p.m. Eastern, so a couple hours later. And my goal is to stream for at least 4 hours Monday through Friday. I want to make sure that I can at least get 2 videos out a week. And I'm not sure I can do that if I stream more than 4 hours. Maybe 5 hours. I think I might be able to do 5 hours. 5 years since the death of farm animal armies. Yeah. I miss the wild boar armies or the wild pig armies, and then I miss the donkey armies. Do you remember the donkey shotgun? That was so funny. There were a few things better in this game than the old donkey shotgun. Or the donkey cannon, depending on what you want to call it. God, that was the best. Where you stack up like 30 donkeys behind a door, and they all attack at once and just insta-kill something. I missed that. That was good stuff. Yeah, we should do that. The problem is I feel like these days I need to do some kind of theme run to make it interesting. And I don't know what kind of run would include a guerrilla army. I could probably figure something out. Alright, I'm going to pause here. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Make sure you follow on Twitch. Make sure you go subscribe on YouTube. Go check out my videos if you want something to watch. There's a bunch of videos to watch on there. It's like 4 different playthroughs to watch now. A couple of them are finished. A couple of them are still in the works. I do plan on finishing the family-only playthrough soon. And currently working on the Scarlands playthrough, so keep an eye out for that. I'll be back tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what time that is for you guys on your end, but it would be 4 hours ago. But tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow.